come over here, would you?
Hello?
You're tarnished, aren't you?
I sure am.
I would advise against taking the main gate into the castle. It's tightly guarded by hardened old hands. Oh, try the opening right here.
Right there?
The guards don't know about it. You'll breach the castle undetected.
Okay.
Yes, that's the spirit. You're just the kind of tarnished that I like. I pray for your success.
This is Gatekeeper Gastok. His job is to tell them when to open the gate. So if we tell him that we don't want to go through the gate, he won't shout open the gate and the gate will remain closed for the time being. And he says it's guarded by old hands. And the thing is, what he means by that is, if you look closely, there are mounted ballistas on the high ground there. There are people waiting right there. There are archers to the sides. There are casters there. If you go through this gate, it's rough. It's really, really, really rough. It's very, very, very easy to die. So he's actually doing us quite the solid here by telling us, hey man, it's kind of dangerous that direction. You should go through the back. Anything over here? I don't think so. Oh, well, there is down here. Gimme! Just grab it, dude! Look at that, you can grab it! Honestly. It just takes me back there. Just... Boop. Why was he able to create a killing projection, but not able to show up directly? Well, Margit could show up directly if he really, really wanted to. But Margit is currently kind of defending Leyndell from any would-be attackers. So anything that's just barely here at Stormveil shouldn't be worthy of actually him showing up. You know what I mean? And again, Leyndell's been invaded a few times, guys. We'll see evidence of it later, but there have been a couple of campaigns that marched on Leyndell after the shattering of the Elden Ring and Marika stopped being around.
Use that opening to breach the castle. The guards haven't a clue about it. You'll slip right inside undetected. Yes, that's the spirit. You're just the kind of tarnished that I like. I pray for your success.
So, hey, by the way, our friend here, Gatekeeper Gastok, you can see he's got this thing around him. I think that's just an indication that he's essentially on the level of a slave. You can also see that he has some sunken-ass eyes, extremely pale skin, matted hair. My boy looks like he's seen better days. He's also kind of covered in blood and stuff. But here's the thing. Something that you should always remember, chat. Always, always, always remember, if someone is willing to do you a favor for free in a place that sucks, such as Gastok here, it means that they have a vested interest. And he does have a vested interest. Gatekeeper Gastok is now going to stalk us and steal from us if we are ever killed. From now on, while we are in Stormveil Castle, if we ever die, we lose 30% of the runes we were carrying because Gastok steals them. He doesn't steal all of them, so most people don't even notice that they are lighter on runes, but Gastok steals them. So that's kind of the rub here of going in this direction. Is that our good friend Gastok is, you know, he's wetting his whistle. Oh boy, it's time to start with these things. Here they come. So you know how Stormveil Castle has, or Stormveil stuff in general has a coat of arms that depicts eagle or hawk wings and has imagery of birds of prey and stuff on it all the time? That's because they literally use them in war. As you can see, somebody thought it would be a great idea to replace the talons and whatnot of the birds here with just swords. That's their legs now. That is fucked up on two different levels. One is that was probably not very good for the birds. And the other is, why? Why would you do this? Why would you make life so difficult for me? Me, specifically. As you could already see how annoying it is to hit them. Because they're cool. Ah, man, you got me on that one. Herba. Look at the way that this this pillar is crumbling, by the way. It looks like some claws were raked against it, or something massive tried to grab into it at some point in time. Are their swords parryable for the birds? I don't think so, actually. Got him. Look at the holes in the walls. I believe those are supposed to be emblematic of the fact that Castle Stormveil was sieged for quite some time. Massive rends in the outer castle walls, big holes from impacts of things, but it looks more like something burrowed into them rather than something impacted, which is kind of the interesting thing, huh? Hi, Turbo Baka. What will we be learning? We'll be learning about Stormveil Castle and Godric the Grafted. And Gandalf the Grey, and Gandalf the White, and Monty Python and the Holy Grail's Black Knight. Benito Mussolini, and the Blue Meanie, and Cowboy Curtis, and John B. the Genie. I'll take that trade. Take that trade every day. Smithing Stone 3. Why were the eagle's eyes golden? Those eagle's eyes were golden because they had extra runes to drop. They had some extra grace in them. Yes, anytime you see a creature with glowing-ass eyes, it means they have extra drops. Marred leather shield. I do want to talk about that, but first, got some guards to deal with. Marred leather shield, a leather shield of the Stormveil soldiers. Much like the castle, it is marred by mottling and thorns. Some say it is the curse of grafting which causes such affliction, while others talk of its roots being something altogether more sinister, hidden deep within the castle. So some say that this is because of grafting that we have these thorns and grossness, and some say that there's a hidden secret. Yeah, I bet you like secrets. I bet you do, boys and girls. I bet you love secrets, don't you? A weathered straight sword. Oh, perfect. There we go. A straight sword with a rather short but wide blade. Simple to wield, it's known as the Sword of the People. Though the Erdtree styling is still visible, time has not been kind to this sword, now merely a shadow of its former self. Well, you know, we haven't messed around with the rapier. Let's equip the rapier for a little bit. After all, I've been holding on to the katana for a little while. Kaboom! Yeah, they must have a lot of explosive gunpowder or whatnot. Oil, perhaps? Because they set that up all the time. You know I'm here? I think he knows I'm here. Listen, no. You don't know shit. He's about to know if he turns that corner. Hook claws. We'll take a look at those in a second, but first... got him. Okay, hook claws. Those are another fist weapon. Weapon worn on the fist, comprised of sharp, parallel blades, favored by those who lurk in the dark. Lacerations cause blood loss with great effect. Claw weapons come in pairs, and two-handing this weapon will equip it in both hands. They're an okay fist weapon. Ah! Where'd you come from? You hiding in that box? Give me those extra runes, buddy. Oh, he fell from above, huh? He dropped down, didn't he? Yeah. Because there were two guys throwing firebombs at us. Throwing daggers. Look at this. Lovely statue. This looks like it should be Erdtree stuff. But at the same time, it also looks like it should be older than Erdtree stuff. But it still has all of the visual indicators of worship of a great tree and everything like that. And now it's dead. Screw your history. Locked. Well, what can you do? Guess we need a key. Boom. Sir, that was rude. I advise you do not throw those at me anymore. Golden Rune 2. Make a 5'3" tarnish and pretend to be Wolverine? Sure. I'm not sure how well you're going to find a, like, properly colored outfit. Of black and yellow. They locked the door on me. You hear that laughter? Guess who it was that locked the door on us? Remember why he's a little shit that wants to steal our runes? That's some special Stormveil Castle Art of War right there. These guys have the same moveset, by the way. If you look outside, you could see him for a second back there. He moved. Probably because I got him in camera view for a second. A rusty key. Left. Wait. Nope, that's just an enemy I killed. I can see now. Curved sword talisman. Oh, I've got a second talisman slot too. Nice. The curved sword talisman. A talisman depicting a curved sword and a swordsman. Enhances guard counters, which I haven't really used because I don't think they're that good. It is said that a blind swordsman was the originator of this technique, the art of allowing one's opponent to strike so as to leave them vulnerable to a well-timed parry. By the way, this appears to be like a little storage room. You've got some wine casks in here, different barrels. Hey, look! A painting, because we were in Stormveil Castle, depicting... Oh, shoot. Depicting a bird. Birds taking flight. Cacaw. You're going to see a lot of imagery here in Stormveil. At least that's the imagery before they were taken over by the Golden Order. Hey, now, look who that is. Who could that be in that painting right in front of us? Why, it appears to be a big bearded man wielding an axe with a phantasmal beast on his back. That guy looks cool. I hope we meet him. Guard counters are stupid good sometimes. Not all the time. By the way, there are certain areas in Stormveil Castle where if you like turn around and pay close attention, you can find what's-his-face following you around. Let's see. I did note down where I could do it. So I can find him at either a ruined watchtower while traversing the side path, inside the rampart tower, and on the castle chapel roof. And if we talk to him at any of these locations, we can grab an item from him. We'll make sure to do so. But first, let's grab these St. Trina's arrows. And notice, this looks exactly like the blighting that was shown on the shield we picked up. So instead of thinking that Stormveil Castle has been under siege and that's where all these holes come from, it is indicating that all of these holes have come from these roots forcing their way in, these thorns that have taken residence, I guess you could say, even here. Got him. Ooh, some exile greaves. No. I wanted to read that. Damaged iron greaves worn by soldiers sent to the penal colonies. Well, that didn't tell us a whole lot. And going out that outside path takes us right back here. But it was a way for us to grab some items. Also a way for us to say that Miyazaki freaking loves that walk across the balcony stuff. His favorite. Australia is canon. Damn it. I heard you throw that. You sumbitch. Biogrease. Hey, look. An item over there. I'd like that item. These guys are kind of good at holding their shield in front of their faces. Hey, you. Stop that. What would you drop for me, friend? Smithing stone, some bolts? I'll take it. Here's that item we saw over there, the brick hammer. Weapon made from an ordinary stone brick, wielded by a laborer who led a rebellion and later became a champion himself. Even among other bludgeons of its size, this weapon is especially weighty. The strength of a giant is required to wield it. 31 strength necessary. Even with both hands, we can just barely get it. Now I'm truly Thor. We'll swing this around a little bit. Okay, I went this way before, right? Yeah. Yep. Wait a sec. I don't think I can get to that yet. Yeah. I don't think so quite yet. Ah, you bastard. Slapped my head. Smashing! Silver pickled fowl-foot. Silver pickled fowl-foot. Got that over there, and nothing over here. Looks like nothing. Okay. Do I want to go up the stairs or around the stairs first? I'm gonna go up the, or around the stairs first. Mushroom. Go meet our friend Gustock? Patience, patience. Don't you worry, we'll talk to him eventually. Another tough night. I'm gonna use my good weapon on it. Shh. Don't let it smell your fear. Look, Stormveil crest. Big hawk, big wings. Alright, we can go back to the hammer for a bit. Isn't there a... guy around here? Oh. Drawstring fire grease. It's fire grease, but very fast. It also lasts almost no time. There we go. There's the site of grace. It was close by. Oh, then there may have been something I missed before, so... Hiya! Oh, that's unfortunate. Try again. There we go. Second time worked. Uh-oh. Hammer time. Banished Knight Gauntlets. Hey, a little bit of... A thick, full set of armor covering the entire body. These gauntlets were worn by knights who, whether by misfortune or misdeeds, were forced to abandon their homes. These fierce warriors were each and all accomplished. Perhaps that is why, despite their territorial losses, they were still named knights. Look, chat, just because I had a mini uh-oh moment... Oh, come on, I made the jump. 3. Hey, by the way, before we go too far out there, take a look at that right across from us. Interesting, huh? See that piece of land over there that we're looking at? That is the first area of the game. That's right, that's where we got our ass kicked by that grafted scion. Maybe not over there, but over there. I told you, we'd be able to eventually go back there when we felt like it. I could have sworn that was how I got into the item that I saw sitting over there, but maybe not. I might be thinking of a different jump. By the way, it's a long way down. It's quite the lift. Contraption does not move. It's patrolling, but he'll never see me. Hey, he might see me. Okay, he doesn't have object permanence. They're like children. They're like infants. Now if I pretend to be a statue, he won't know anything. Hey now. Rude. Don't make me come over there. Actually, I don't know if we would make our way over there across that. This is, by the way, the tower where we might be able to find what's-his-face following us. But I'll be perfectly honest, I'm not exactly sure where to look to find him. Look at him. Go ahead. Move. Continue your patrol, sir. Sir. Oh. Bueller. Peekaboo. Well, this has turned into a difficult situation. Thanks for the heals. And we're fine. Stagger is crazy? Yeah. That's why I'm willing to use this incredibly unupgraded hammer at the moment. Damn it, I was hoping to see my stalker. But I don't see him anywhere. Yes, the charged R2 on the hammer is pretty big. Big and strong. Golden Rune 2, is that all that was up here, actually? Boy, that ain't much. Technically, there's this. We can jump around here if we want to. And we do want to. Oh, I could drop down there, or I could keep going across here. We got choices. Here's the thing about Stormveil Castle. There's quite a bit for us to do here, so, you know. Do excuse me if it takes me a moment to decide what to do and what order to do it. Let's see, do I want to go play with the Hawks? Or do I want to go play with the soldiers? Or be on the rooftops? Astolfo's penis is delicious.
I know the first thing you should do.
Yeah, I bet. Let's see. Stone sword key over here. This bird is a little different from the ones we saw before. Notice it has a thing on its face, and that's the thing on its face. Is that fire? Ouch. I smashed it. See? It has a little helmet with a fire pouch on it to blast fire at you. Dozing cross-legged. Where should I go next? Oh, hey. Look at that. You gotta love the running across rooftops section. It's always fun. Let's see. Don't want to jump down there, I don't think. Does this lead me anywhere? I can't recall. Nope. I drop down there. I don't think I want to. Please do excuse me, trying to scrape this area for all its stuff is going to be a little difficult. Just because of all the three-dimensional movement and locations that we can go across. How about we parkour up here and see if this leads me to anything. This might be the ledge I was thinking of that leads me to something useful. Bitches. What'd you drop? Some mushroom. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-bum. We're high. Oh my god, that's a lot of birds. The Claw Talisman! A talisman depicting a claw and an assassin enhances jump attacks. The assassins of Ravenmort are killers by trade. They assail their victims while dressed as birds of prey. Fun fact, I think that is the only time in the entire game that Ravenmort is mentioned. How about this one? Does this one take me? Oh, yep. This one also takes me somewhere. Right over here to grab us some smithing stones. That's a long way down, but you can see there's actually ground down there. You can kind of make out some roots and some stuff on the ground, which means we can get down there. Because otherwise, that stuff wouldn't exist at all. At all, at all. Rats. We're the rats. Do fall control quit out? Well, A, I don't have fall control. Let's see. Sorry, I'm looking around so much down here. I'm trying to figure out how did I get down there in the first place without dying. Just turn off fall damage. Right. That would do it. Those aren't ledges. Sorry, it's been a little while since I've done Stormveil Castle. It'll take me a moment. Like the Academy of Raya Lucaria, for example, will go a lot faster. Stormveil is one I didn't learn particularly well. I keep saying Raya Lucaria. Raya Lucaria. Maybe I'll get there later. Maybe it's a different spot from here. What have we here? Room 2. Ah, yes, it's this room. Crafted Scion rune. Oh my god, my spacing is so bad on that. Finish him! Fighting those assholes with a dex weapon is pure pain? Nah. I'm actually having a harder time fighting them with this than I would if I used the Uchigatana. Because my Uchigatana is upgraded, and this is not. At the rooftops of the church, this is another place we can find Gowry following us. Let me smash the windows in! Oh, this one's missing a window entirely. Never mind, we're fine. A new friend! Hello.
Ah, nice to meet you. The pleasure's mine. Roger's the name. A sorcerer, as you might have guessed. I'm looking for a little something here in the castle. When I'm not hot-footing it from the troops, that is. But enough about me. What are you doing here in Stormveil Castle? This place is bristling with tarnished hunters, you know. They sacrifice our kind for grafting. Not exactly a place I'd stroll into without a purpose in mind.
I'm here to kill Godric.
I see. Here to challenge Godric and lay your hands upon a great rune, are you? You can see it then, I take it. The guidance of grace.
Oh,
Well,
you. Yes, I
Enjoy
can.
it while you can. I'm tarnished, like you. But unlike you, I've seen neither hide nor hair of this guidance for the longest time. Still, I won't forget how it felt when I first came here, to the lands between. I'm privy to a few magical battle arts. Would you care to learn one? As a fellow tarnished, once guided by grace, I'd love to help you out, if it please.
Well, hey, that sounds like we can work together. What do you got? Ash of War Glintstone Pebble. A skill that employs the glintstone sorcery of the same name. Follow up with a strong attack to chain this skill into a lunging thrust, performed while the armament is still imbued with glintstone. Usable on swords and polearms. Ash of War Carian Greatsword. Carian Royal Prestige embodied in a skill. Transform a blade into a magical greatsword and swing it down. Usable on swords except colossal weapons. And finally, Spinning Weapon. A defensive skill employed by Carian princesses. Lifts the armament into the air, then makes it spin violently. Those it touches will suffer successive attacks. Usable on small and medium swords, axes, and hammers, as well as polearms and staves. That's nothing particularly great there, Roger.
Oh, keen to learn another battle art, are we?
Bud, you could teach better stuff than this. I'll take them, but still.
Oh. The battle art you've learned is of the Glintstone family. They were conceived at the Great Academy of Rea Lucaria, to the north of this castle. In the past, they obeyed laws which contravened the Golden Order, or so I'm told. Fascinating, isn't it? That the Golden Order was pliable enough to absorb practices that contradicted itself in the past. With the Order broken, twisted, and in need of repair, such adaptability is more important now than ever.
So he gives us some interesting info there. That sorceries used to go against the Greater Order, the Golden Order. But the Golden Order just absorbed them into itself.
Oh.
Interesting, interesting. It's like how I used to be against eating donuts, but then I absorbed them into myself. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-bum. I guess, Stalk, are you still stalking us or not? Oh, it threw an explosive barrel at me. Smart little bastard bird. These friggin' birds are really smart. Clever enough to pick up explosive barrels and wing them at you. Get it? Wing them? Birds? Chat, laugh at my jokes. They are hilarious wordplay. Hey-ya! Hey-ya! How come it gets to replace its swords with talons and still be able to hold stuff? I don't know. It looks like it just kind of stabs them into the barrels. Bringing Thor's hammer down on these birds. Hey, look! It's that Grace that we had found before. I'll say at this point, might as well take a quick seat. Refuel a little bit. I should be able to get to that freaking fog gate that we saw before, so I'm gonna try doing that now. Of course, means running through these rooftops. And now they shall slumber forevermore. This, and then I here. Then there's the angry bird to fight. Hiya. Friggin' birds. Know how to get there? You're smarter than me? Well, la-di-da, aren't you special? You want a special little star that says you're a special little guy? Is that what you want? There we go, I did it. The heck was that noise? Weird. It is a maiden that seems to be pouring, perhaps, water. Giving succor. Giving suck. Big swings. Hawk crest wooden shield. Adorned with a long-forgotten crest of Stormveil, ancient in design. Stormveil's been taken over long enough that they forgot that crest, despite that crest being there all over the place. Iron Wet Blade. Hey. That's a nice key item. An iron wet blade with a cipher engraved can be used as a whetstone knife. When applying an affinity using Ashes of War, an additional affinity of heavy, keen, or quality can be chosen. Misericorde. The French invasion continues. Dagger, favored by military physicians in white. The pointed blade is hard and sharp, making critical hits especially potent. Medicine is mercy, and mercy upon the battlefield is ruthless. Beware the killers clothed as men of compassion. Howdy. Bye. He fell down the hole. Hey, look, chat. Look at all the stuff down there. There's, like, buildings and stuff, huh? We gotta get down there. We gotta get in there. It's a bit far of a drop for us right now, but, you know, we'll get there. That squeaky noises everywhere. Somebody shut those rats up. Hey, remember the grafted scion? Looky there. He saw my torchlight for a second. He aggroed for half a moment. Yep, he sees us. He's wary. So yeah, that's the boss that we faced in the very beginning of the game. It's now being treated as a normal enemy, though. Should have a better time fighting it now. Like, infinitely better. Don't let it scream at you. Thrust. Big thrust. Spin instead. When it screams at you like that, it actually tries to inflict instant death on you. Even though instead it could just do that shit, which you can't roll too easily. Ow. Owie. retrace my steps back there. No, I already know what the final boss of the DLC is going to be. It's going to be a primeval, ulcerated tree spirit. It'll fight just like an ulcerated tree spirit, because we need more of those in the game. We haven't fought any yet, but once they start showing up, there's a lot. How did that miss? Oh, hey, we got a Warhawk Talon. You know what? Worth it. Worth it. Talon swords are affixed to the legs of Stormveil's Warhawks, but this one has been repurposed for human use. The blade is thin and lightweight, so as not to obstruct the hawk's mobility. They sure can drop those. There is, after all, a reason why I was taking the time to fight them every time. Oh, he knows. Screech. Speen. Got it. We got the Highland Axe, but more importantly, we've got this big-ass portrait of Godfrey. Yeah! Look how cool he looks. You can see that the, that is the Beast Regent, is hanging on to his shoulder. Why does screaming inflict the die ailment? Single-sided axe used by warriors of the Highlands. Brave combatants begin battle by crying out their names. Roars are enhanced by this weapon. Sure, let us follow our ancestors. Also, you can see that there are a lot of limbs here. You know, they said they're doing grafting. That is the art of the act of taking limbs from one creature and attaching it to another. Staunching boluses. Dogs. a lump of flesh, but more importantly, Chrysalid's memo. And look, they're even grafting troll pieces. Which honestly kind of makes sense. So yeah, here's all the people that were with Roderica. Memento left by the Chrysalids, sacrificed for grafting. A brooch covered in red velvet. Traces of blood are visible. Faintly visible spirits try to convey something, but their voices cannot be heard. So we'll make sure to take that back to Roderica. Oh yeah, this is where I was before. I was up above. But first, before I tackle that direction, it should lead to a shortcut. We got up here? Some arrows. Alright, there's all that stuff. Maybe this is the direct? Yeah, this is it. Whoa, ho. And welcome. We've got ourselves a nice shortcut. Wonderful. Let's head back to Stormveil Shack for a second. Whoops. It's Church of Ella. What am I doing? Let's go to the Stormhill Shack and go, give the message to Roderica.
A pleasure to see you. Did you give the little chrysalids the message? That I love them, and that despite my craven heart, I'm sure I'll be joining their club soon enough.
Here's the memento
What's
they
this?
left.
A keepsake. From my men. Oh, goodness me. I can't... They all believed in me. They all thought I'd make something of myself. Me, who can't do anything. I think I'll head to the round table hold. Perhaps I'll find my purpose there.
Perhaps she'll find her purpose there. So, let's head to the round table hold. See if she finds her purpose there.
Greetings. Nice to see you again. My name is Roderica. I should have told you sooner. Isn't this place impressive though? The round table hold. Covert quarters of the Two Fingers. And gathering place of champions who vie to become Elden Lord. I never knew the guidance bestowed upon us Tarnished had such fantastic roots. Although, it's all a bit much for me, in truth. I'm still looking for my own purpose. Oh, and please allow me to express my thanks for giving me that keepsake from my men. It was as if I was frozen with self-pity. I failed them at every turn. You have my gratitude. Please, take this.
A golden seed, thank you. Also, man, I look like a freaking hobo.
It's all a bit much for me, in truth. I'm still looking for my own purpose.
By the way, I want to point out, how come we had to be told about the round table hold and stuff like that, and yet Roderica just knew how to get here all on her own, no problem? We needed help. I had to go to freaking Caelid to come here. She got the easy path.
Well, where have you been hiding?
Stormveil
I
Castle.
took you for dead. No matter, it's all the same. Lay out your arms then.
About Roderica.
The girly boy here. She's crestfallen and can scarcely swing a blade. But she has a gift for spirit tuning. I saw another one like her long ago. Their eyes share the same hue.
Spirit tuning, you say? Maybe she's drowning in maidens? It's true. She could be. I mean, look, she's dressed very nicely.
It's all a bit much for me. I'm still looking for my own purpose.
Have you tried spirit tuning?
You're telling me I possess some kind of gift? I don't believe you. But if I do have this talent, and goodness knows it would be my first, I suppose I should try to hone it, shouldn't I? I'll ask Master Hugh to teach me. Certainly he does appear intimidating and holds no love for us tarnished. But I know he's trapped here at the Round Table Hold, so I can tell. He's a gentle soul underneath it all. If I do have a talent for spirit tuning, and goodness knows that would be a surprise, I suppose I should try to hone it, shouldn't I? I'll ask Master Hugh to teach. If I do have a talent for
Yo, Hugh! You want to help out?
Well,
A poor lost soul?
I took you for no matter. Lay out your arms then. The girl. What about her?
Would you watch over her?
Are you out of your mind? Who'd stay with an ugly brute who only knows how to smith? Absurd. Besides, she'd never agree to it.
He has no self-confidence whatsoever and thinks everybody hates him because of his appearance, and he's kind of surly.
I refuse to believe it. I don't doubt you, but I know when something's too good to be true.
Is there any mass or lore to the blacksmith? Yes, there's a bit of lore to the blacksmith.
If I do have a talent,
Not a whole
for
lot,
sp-
but a bit.
suppose I should try and ask
There we go. Look, she took her little
Good to see
cloak
you
off.
again. Thank you very much.
He looks way better with it
I
off,
have
too.
you to thank, don't I? For persuading Master Hugh. I can happily announce that he has taught me the noble toil of spirit tuning. I'm as yet unsure of what I might be able to accomplish, but if I might be able to help you all, I'd certainly like to try. And if there's any chance to ease the suffering of my dear men who were grafted, well, I certainly must try. Roderica, the Spirit Tune Apprentice. Pleased to make your acquaintance.
So I do want to point out, despite the fact that Roderica seemed to come from a noble background, after all, look at what she's wearing. It's pretty finely made compared to the garbage that you see almost everyone else wearing. And she had her own men. She seems entirely willing to do whatever work seems helpful for the people around her. That's pretty nice of her. So we could, through the art of spirit tuning, buff any of the ashes that we have to become stronger. That means they have more health. That means they deal more damage. That is what she does now. Rather than sitting out in the fields waiting to die. Yeah, but we also offered to just let her stay here and live.
Greetings. Are you here for spirit tuning?
But hey, she chose to do something.
Well, I took you for no matter. It's all out your own.
You like Roderica, don't you?
I spoke with the girl. She has a gift for spirit tuning. So I told her everything I know. I'm indebted to a spirit tuner I met long ago. It was all I could do to honor her. I'm sorry I doubted you.
Aww. Isn't he a nice guy?
Greet, are you here for spirit tuning?
Back all no matter.
Yay! Grandpa Hugh has a new granddaughter to hang out with. Isn't that lovely? Isn't that just heartwarming? You buy these stone sword keys. Need to make sure I still have some in case I ever need one. I don't think Roger has moved here yet. Nope. Give Fia hugs? You give Fia hugs. Bitch. Okay, I was at the Rampart Tower, I believe. Oh, actually, first, let's go to the main gate and go talk to Gatekeeper Gastok again. Hey there, friend.
Oh, hello. Glad to see you're safe. I've come into some fine goods. Only it turns out I can't use a one of them. Perhaps you'd like to take them off my hands.
So he acts as a merchant for us. He has some silver pickled fowlfoot, temporarily boost item discovery instead of rune gain, ruin fragment, furrow calling finger remedy, festering bloody finger, stormhawk feathers. The cestus, a fist weapon, a weapon built for striking with the fists, made of tough leather inlaid with iron rivets. Great arrows, ballista bolts, buckler, and the bandit garb. Light for ease of movement and supple for masking sound. In trade, they offer little damage negation. They're pretty much there for fashion. Oh, wait, hold on.
Fare thee well, I pray. Oh,
Let's
hello.
go ahead and pop some of our stuff. There we go.
Oh,
Yeah, a fist weapon for your fists instead of a fist weapon for
fare thee well.
your feet. Here, now I can look like a proper bandit. I'm the highwayman. I'm here to steal your shit. Now you look like a sane hobo, at least. Thank you. That's all I wanted. To be a slightly sane hobo. And look, there's a new item here. Yeah, if you get Roderica to become a spirit tuner, this item spawns. But only after that. Boy, do I hate dogs. And we get the Crimson Hood, which is what she was wearing. A hooded cloak of vivid crimson worn by expatriated royalty. Increases vigor. Such cloaks were gifted to those who departed on journeys without specific orders, to faraway lands from which they would never return. In other words, the gift of a cloak made it easier for undesirables to be on their way. Roderica never once saw the guidance of grace. So, Roderica was kicked out of her noble lineage and told, get the fuck out. Now, this is, like, not particularly great. It's got some solid magic resistance, but it does look nice. And now you can see my ugly-ass face a little bit better. How did her cloak get there? Magic. I think it might be inferred that her spirit tuning power allowed her to part a gift to her men, basically. Because little dregs of spirits were on that note that we gave her. Because there's no way she came all the way here. She would have died. So that's what I'm going with, is that it's her spirit power. Otherwise, there's no fucking way. Right? No way. Or you could say it's just gameplay BS. For fun. But I'm gonna go with magic spirit powers. Because it's more romantic that way. Steal the gift to her dead friends? They're dead. They ain't gonna use it. Meanwhile, I'll use it so I can look cool. That's all that matters, that I look cool. She placed it after I cleared everything? No. The answer, the response to that is no. Okay, anyway. Exalted Flash, yummy! We haven't really used Exalted Flesh. I think I read it once, but we'll make sure to read it right now, just to be sure. A lump of animal flesh pickled in a medicinal solution mixed with fiery spices. Temporarily boosts physical attack. Considered a delicacy in the Badlands, this invigorating repast was for the exclusive benefit of those who they deem heroes. It's just, it's spicy meat. That's it. It's spicy meat. Yummy. Does not open from this side. If we take a peek, you can see there's a dude over there. Considering Elden Ring old spicy meat, well, look, beggars can't be choosers. Just because the meat's a little bit aged doesn't mean it's bad. Maybe it aged like a fine wine. And as I've always said, if floor chicken is good enough for Simon Belmont, it's good enough for Thor. Mimic's Veil. I didn't check what that... Oopsie. Damn. Not one of these, right? It is. Golden Veil of intricate design uses FP to mimic nearby objects. When Godric was hounded from Leyndell, the royal capital, this was one of a multitude of treasures he took with him, also known as Marika's Mischief. This is your prop hunt item. It will turn you into a prop. As such, I am now just a board. Whee! And it said a nearby item, but I don't see this anywhere in this room. I was expecting to become like a candelabra or a chair. I'm sneaky. DLC? You don't even need any DLC. It's built into the game. Play that prop hunt. Just a night portrait. I like looking at the portraits and the paintings and stuff here and there. Hey, there's that troll. It's been chopped up a little bit. Play that funky music, white boy. Won't you lay down the boogie? Play that funky music till you die. Until you die. No, turning into a prop and whatnot doesn't seem to do a damn thing about the NPCs as far as I can tell from testing. At most, it might count as crouching, the exact same thing as crouching. But, like in PvE, it doesn't have a whole lot of functionality. PvP, though, it's fun. Oops. Edge. Hey, look where we are. We've made it all the way back to Roger.
Oh, hello there. Stopping by to learn.
Nothing major with those statues. Those aren't any of the important statues I'm going to talk about when we eventually find the important statues. Alright, well, let's head back. Actually, you know what? Let's do this. My immersion? Your immersion's fine. Nobody hurt your immersion. I'm going back to the hammer. Back to hammer. I am Thor, after all. Need to swing my big hammer at things. My large, throbbing hammer. Oh, right, this is that. Astolfo's penis is delicious.
Stop making chat horny.
Yeah, by the way, the courtyard here has a lot of angry guards. Also, no, I will never stop making chat horny. Rat jam. Dude, these rats hurt. Fireproof dried liver. Yum. So you can see that the meats and the herbs that they have been drying here are really getting got at by the flies. Ew, and the rats, and ugh. I don't know if I want to eat the meat in this place. Don't forget to sharpen the hand. You're right. I should grab a whetstone. Godslayer seal. Oh, wait, it's, this. A sacred seal of the Godskin Apostles inlaid with obsidian, said to represent the manipulation of black flame. This catalyst enhances Godslayer incantations. Godskin Apostles? Godslayers? What the heck is that? Is that just another one-off thing? It's not. Godskin Prayer Book. Prayer Book bound in supple skin. Incantations of the god-slaying black flame are written within. Can be given to a learned cleric to gain access to the following incantations: Black Flame and the Black Flame Blade. Now, why oh why was that down here in Stormveil Castle? Well, it's possible that it was already here in Stormveil before the invasion, but more than likely, I'd say Godric might have gotten his hands on those things and keeps them as essentially treasures, because, hey, killing gods is something that he's a little bit in the business of at the moment. Just a little bit. And hey, look at this. This is the entry gate. See? That's the entry that we could have used. And we've got ballista men, guards hanging there, another ballista guy there. There's guys over there. Like I said, it's kind of ill-advised to take the main entryway for a good reason. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ballista men just trained at the main gate. That's an UFA's. Is there... there anything around out here? Oh, ladder. I had a feeling. And by I had a feeling, I'm like, I know there's something else here. Ladder time. Boop, 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 boop. Some arrows. This is a really nicely made fort, by the way. Festering bloody finger, and now it's time to fight some knights. Shh. Quiet, my child. You know what? I should probably not use the hammer for this. Ah, you long-range polearm. Okay, regular R2 does not stagger them. Freaking Ornstein and Smo here. There we go. I'll use this hammer against the enemies that aren't super tough. Look at that. Even further through the main entryway, you got all that stuff to contest with as well. More ballistas. Some flamethrowers. What'd you give me? A feather. I'll take a Stormveil. Take that. Got ourselves Nomadic Warriors Cookbook pen. Could hop across there, or I could go across here. Let's go across here. Didn't expect that, did you, big boy? Darn. Oh, I'll be able to power stance later in the game. There is a matter of the stats that we have. And hey, look! We made our way all the way back to the Grafted Scions room. Ta-da! Loop complete. I think we'll take a heal, though. Do I prefer power stancing once I have the strength for it? It kind of depends on the weapon. For some weapons, yeah. For other weapons, nah. All right, you. Are you really that stupid, sir? Get out of here. Yeah, Strength Faith is a pretty popular build. A lot of people like it. My first build in this game was big strength with some faith in it. But let me tell you, they have buffed the, like, colossal greatsword weapons a lot compared to what they were before. It should probably be a lot easier to do now than it was on release for the game. Things are, your weapons are much, much faster than they used to be. Like, 30 to 40% faster for a lot of them. Which, trust me, that speed is invaluable. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Hey, a gold pickled foulfoot. You could definitely land safe hits on bosses and not get hit, but that was only for like 2 moves of the boss's 30+ move set. So, the only way to play the Ultra Greatsword style on release was to be extremely patient. Like, the most patient ever. Oh, there we go. Ladder. Haha. I'm blind. There we go, and this is that door that we couldn't open from the one side. There we go. And this is a chest that we saw before, and an item we saw before with a pickled turtleneck, and, more importantly, a stone sword key. Yay! And boop. It is now time for us to go through the courtyard and the beginning of the area. the main gate, the courtyard and the main gate, which is... Well, take a peek. That's a lot of enemies. That's a lot of enemies. Hiya! Well, that went really poorly. Ah! And hey, remember when I said they've got flamethrowers? They got flamethrowers. Explosive barrels. How did that miss? Okay, then. Damn it. I wanted the critical hit because it heals me. Come on down here one at a time, I dare you. You son of a bitch. Come on, come on. There you go. Ow. The fact that a jumping R2 from this just knocks them on their ass and I can equip the Assassin Talisman for healing means we're gonna be just fine. As long as we don't take on 30 of them at the same time. Magic Grease, a Golden Rune 1, Golden Rune 2. Pike. Smoldering Butterfly. Look, see? It's cute that they have a little design of a dragon on them, isn't it? We've also got Golden Rune 2. This is just the courtyard, let alone the path backwards to the main gate. Golden Rune 4. We weren't expecting someone behind you, were you? Oh. Poor babies. Some kukri. That missed Hal? Ow. Yep, there it is. Well, I forgot about exactly where it was. The ballista around the corner. It knew. It knew I was here. Dude, that is quick on the draw, man. Instant, even. I mean, we can just do this. Missed me. That one hit. He got me. Mixing those big guys in with the regular guys is a little annoying. Whoops, wrong way. Sup, nerds? Hi, nerds. Bye, nerds. I got places to be and stuff to see. Okay. Good, we're fine. The fucking wall. How do I bonk off of wood with this massive stone hammer? Oh well, what can you do? Not a big deal. We'll just heal right back up. Heal me. No purple sharpness. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, Monhun bros. My stone hammer can't sharpen far enough. There are still those ballista there, which are highly annoying. We can make our way up there. First things first. Behold! Some grace. Whoa. Throwing things at me. Who said you could throw things at me? Give me your life. You too? Okay. I like free heal. Oh god, the ballista. The ballista stole my kill. The commoner's simple garb. Garb with a modest cloth cape attached, standard wear for commoners of the lands between. The board hung from the neck depicts a sprawling tree, its roots and branches forming two holes. This is a self-imposed shackle, a voluntary display of allegiance to the Erd tree that increases faith. And this is the gate lever. Open the gates. Oh god! You shot your friend. Die. Sheesh. And the last ballista user. You want to come down here, or do I have to shoot you? Okay. There we go. No more ballista to work with. At least in this area of the castle. So yeah, despite the gatekeeper being a little bit of a weirdo and a creepo and whatnot, he did certainly have our back by saying, hey, you shouldn't go through there. It's pretty dangerous. Howdy, it's me.
Oh, hello.
Oh, you got nothing new to say? Okay. See ya. Now then, there's stuff over there. Important stuff over there. But that's for the future. For the now, I don't need to go that way. Especially because of the big-ass lion. Wow, really? I'm fine. They really took their time aiming those ballista shots. The other ones were just shot all willy-nilly, but these ones, that felt personal. Look at that. One flamethrower to cover the other. All right, boys and girls, come get me. Look at that, staying in formation. Aren't they clever? They're not clever. Dr. Doom toots as he pleases. Next for that kick. I don't know about you, but if I'm one of these guys and I see one person with a big ass hammer just beating everyone to death, maybe I leave my post. Maybe it's time to find a new job. Maybe they want to die. If they wanted to die, they'd just sit there and let it happen. Oh, some gauntlets. How nice. Oh, I already have some. But dying would be... But getting grafted would be dying. If they wanted to die, they could just do that too. It doesn't add up, chat. They don't want to die. They just don't understand that they will not win this fight. Fire arrow. Fire arrows are actually quite good. For the early game, at least. Hello, big guy. Look, chat, this is an omen. You know, like Margit that we fought before. You'll notice he looks a fair bit different, though. Also has a really tough dog. Oh, and he killed it. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Smash it. Oh! He actually got over it now. I'm pretty sure he can if he double hand overhead attacks, but maybe I'm misremembering. If he does one of these. But he has not so far been inclined to, so. So one thing you'll notice about this Omen dude is a big difference between him and Margit is that all of his horns have been cut off. Also that he is wearing a chain. I gotta change my weapon to something good. Running stab with a dinky katana? That'll stagger him. Massive hammer smashing into his head? Nope. Not at all. Behold, a prophecy painting. Our first of, like, 6 in the game, I believe? Sneeze. Excuse me. There we go. Prophecy painting. Works of a wandering artist. Reminiscence of a painting titled Prophecy. This painting is said to have captured the landscape seen during the last moments of those welcomed into death's embrace. The soul of the painter and vestiges of the dead's last moments can be discovered by visiting the location depicted even now. So, there are like 6 paintings that you can find in the game, I think. And if you go to the location that is depicted on the painting, this one you can see Stormveil in the background and stuff. You can see the coastline, yada yada. Anyway, if you go there, there is some treasure for you, essentially. It's like a treasure hunt. Thank you, chat. Thank you for the bless. Lord blesses. Smithing stone. 1. I'm a little out of heals right now. Probably gonna have to take a sit. Ooh, what's all this then out there? There's treasure to be had. Look, chat. More shortcuts. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Before I sit down, though... Did I go up that one? I don't know if I did. I think I see an item, actually, up there. Oh yeah, wooden great shield. Look at that. I did forget something. Wooden great shield reinforced with a metal ornamentation. Great shields boast high damage negation and guard capacity, making enemy attacks easy to repel. It has 91% physical damage negation, which is nice. It's not particularly heavy. This is the most accessible great shield in the game because it only requires 14 strength to wield, so low strength builds can actually make use of this pretty darn well. It's not bad. It's okay. But why would you do that when you can become a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle instead? Am I right? Heroes in a half shell. Turtle power. There we go. Take the lift. I don't think I have another big enemy to face right now, so put the hammer back on. Hammer time! Oh, I hear you. Look, it's the little jar, brethren. But foist. Ash of War Stormcaller. Let's take a look at it. Stormcaller, one of these skills that channel the tempests of Stormveil. Spin your armament to create surrounding storm winds. Repeated inputs allow for up to 2 follow-up attacks. This is what we were seeing the knights of the area using. Along with Storm Stomp. Storm Stomp was being used by the ones bearing the shields. Meanwhile, Stormcaller was being used by the ones bearing the polearms. Look at the little jar, friends. Die. Wow. Mama Jar wasn't too happy about that. Spin. Your parents are dead. Your siblings are dead. You, your mother, your father, your grandfather, your animals, dead. Crackpot. And crackpot. We got a living jar shard. And a raw meat dumpling. That's actually good. Living jar shard. A fragment of a living jar hardened after its death. Material used for crafting. Such fragments command a high price due to the magical power locked within. This leaves the living jars unfortunate targets for poachers. So yes, in case it wasn't obvious, the walking, talking jars that fight you are not particularly normal. They're magic. Who would have guessed? Kukri? Now it's time for some parkour. Time for some parkour. I messed up. You, brother. Oh, wait a sec. Maybe I should activate that real quick. It's jarring. Boo. Boo. Now, I could just go straight to the boss fight, but no, there's more stuff to do. More stuff to do before we go whip Godric's sorry ass. Whip it. And whip it good. He seemed to be mourning the fallen bird there. Please make the bird go away. I hate the bird with every fiber of my being. You know what? You might be easier to kill first than the bird. Never mind. Wow, that staggered me for ages. That staggered me forever. Oof. Mega oof. Round 2. That was much cleaner. Got ourselves a lump of flesh. So yeah, that one was sitting down there praying for the life of the dead bird. I sent him along to his favorite bird friend. The bird just kind of gave up on that attempt for some reason. Yeah, I don't know why it did nothing. I won't look a gift bird in the mouth, though. Smithing stone 2 up here. Atrina's lily. Smithing stone 1, golden rune 2. These guys are they just gave up. Oh, these guys didn't. They should have given up, though. They should have given up. The Manor Tower Shield. An iron great shield large enough to cover the entire body depicts the Round Table Hold gathering place of champions. You little bitch. I let you live. And that's the thanks I get? A rock to the head? I showed mercy. There will be no more mercy. Surely what you seek is somewhere close by. And look, it's Roger. We got Smithing Stone 3, and hey look, parkour. The time has come to parkour some more. Hee. There's actually no reason to hop up here. Over here we have Golden Rune 5. And over here we have a painting of coastline. Some towers. Rainbow stones. Here's the shortcut back to this store. But most importantly of all is the fact that we can now go this way. Ah, shoot. Gonna have to come back through here for that then. Oh well, not a big deal. Ooh, right in the balls. Although they don't have balls. Right in the crotch. There we go. The pelvis. Don't fall off the flying buttresses. And okay, it's time to equip the business weapon, because we've got business to accomplish in this area. So, Roger was pointing us towards this by leaving that message, this area. This is the very bottom of Stormveil Castle. And as you can see, it's got some statues just kind of tossed and broken about. It seems like they might not have been broken before they were tossed down here. Instead, we're tossed down here for a specific reason. Heads cut off and stuff. And a big rat. Ow. Doesn't matter if you make all the rules. I don't follow the rules. Hiya! I'm a loose cannon cop who doesn't follow the rules. Rancor Call. Let's take a peek at that. Sorcery of the Servants of Death. Summon vengeful spirits that chase down foes. Charging enhances the potency. Once thought lost, this ancient death hex was rediscovered by the necromancer Garrus. Now, why is a Servant of Death spell down here? Servants of death. Oh, it's a rad item, isn't it? It's just a gold. Let's see here. Corpses, items littered about, almost rectangular design. Surely there will be no bosses in this area, right? Surely. Hold on, let me check my stats. How much FP do I have? Only 82. I wouldn't be able to summon one of the legendary ones. Well then. Behold, our first ulcerated tree spirit. And an ulcerated tree spirit is exactly what the name implies. It is an ulcer of the Erd tree that probably houses a vengeful spirit in it. Hence why it is such an asshole. My biggest piece of advice to anyone fighting these is just stay close to it. It has some pretty generous hitboxes. Careful there. You do have to roll every now and then, but a lot of its attacks just don't hit you if you're, like, eating its face. Or I guess its torso. Oh my god. Not true for all of them, though. Uh-oh. Okay. It did. We got a golden seed from it. So, because these ulcerated tree spirits commonly drop Erd tree stuff, like golden seeds and whatnot, my thought is that it is essentially a corrupted seed that is powering it so much. So, we know that the Erd tree takes in the dead. And then, after the Erd tree takes in the spirits and the bodies of the dead, it eventually puts them into a cycle of reincarnation, bringing out new life and whatnot. However, my thoughts for the ulcerated tree spirit is that they are corrupted spirits within the tree, or the process was corrupted in the tree, and then that kind of unlatched from it, essentially. You know what I mean? Ooh, look what I found. Prince of Death's pustule. Oh, wow. What the fuck is this? So you know what's really important about this horrifying squid-faced monster thing? This eldritch abomination down here at the bottom of the Stormveil Castle, which, as you can see, is got a big-ass body behind it. That is that. You slice it and it bleeds, which is very different from most corpses. Remember when we picked up an item and it said that there was a potential deep, dark secret? Oh, and look, Roger. A potential deep, dark secret at the bottom of the of Stormveil Castle? Well, here we go. This is their deep, dark secret. They have this. And as for what happened to Roger, the animation he's going through is of Deathblight. Deathblight is when Deathroot essentially takes hold of a person and then instantly impales them to death. What type of item is the thing we just picked up, you know? Doesn't seem to be a key item. Should have just read it right away. Talisman? Thank you. There we go. Prince of Death's Pustule. A fetid pustule taken from facial flesh raises vitality. Vitality governs resistance to the effects of death. It is said that this pustule came from the visage of the Prince of Death, he who used to be called Godwyn. As first dead of the demigods, it is said he's buried deep under the capital at the Erd Tree's roots. So hey, that's not entirely true. He's buried deep under Stormveil at the Erd Tree's roots. This is the first dead demigod, Godwyn. This is what has become of him. Rough. Really, really rough. And they say dead, but again, blood's coming out of him. Guess what? In this game, blood doesn't tend to come out of corpses. Blood tends to come out of living things. And that is because he's alive. In that pretty pitiable state, he is technically still alive. We'll get a lot more information about that in the future, but for the time being, that's what we got. Dude, look at him from up here as we climb our snake eater ladder. That's horrifying. What a thrill. Ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum. Bum, 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 ba-da-bum, bum, ba-da-ba-da. And look, chat. We're back at a place we've been to before. Ta-da! Welcome back to the Grafted Scions room. Man, you go to the Grafted Scions room all the time. All the time. Now, if I recall correctly, I didn't do the courtyard between my last sit-down and now, right? Yeah, in which case, we'll just teleport over here. Bum, bum, bum. Let's level up. How about a little more dex? Now then, I forget. Does Roger have new dialogue for us after finding that? He might. He very well might. The fastest way I can get to Roger. It might be from the Rampart Tower. What a thrill. Wait a second. I went the wrong way entirely. Do-do-do-do. I'll take that trade. I'll take that trade any day of the week because fuck them birds. Okay, now if we just go across here, we're at the chapel again. We can go say hi to Roger. Be like, hey, hey bud, I found that giant face underground. What's up with that, by the way? And then he'll be like, I know, that's wild, isn't it? Also, it looked like you died while you were there. Oh, you son of a bitch. Come on. He's got me with a firebomb. Also, for some reason, I didn't stagger the knight with my running R2. Sorry about that death, everyone. A little bit of a long run. Boot. What if I just ignored them? Well, he won't let me ignore him. Ask Rocher to help me? No, he's liable to get himself killed. Hey, wait a second. He's gone. Now, why would he be gone? I believe he has now moved to, Round Table. Let's just be sure. Oh, guess not yet. Okay. I wonder what From Software is working on right now. Well, depending on the people, they're working on making sure that the DLC will load up properly. Otherwise, who knows? Could be anything. Could even be something you never heard of before. They're working on the Bloodborne remake, guys. Trust me. My dad's uncle's third cousin, twice removed, works at Nintendo, he told me. Come with me, big boy. Oh, you... I hate these birds with every fiber of my being. I really, really do. Thank you. That was a much nicer fight with that bird.
Be proud. You were a fine warrior. Your only mistake was your choice of master. Let the winds lift you to a higher place.
This lady looks cool. Look at her. She looks like she walked right out of a barbarian movie to beat people's asses. Hello.
Well, who do we have here?
I'm
Tarnished,
Thor.
are you? Clearly not one of Godric's lot. I am Nefeli Lu. Tarnished and warrior, like you. I'm here by decree of my father. How utterly repellent this is. This grafting of Godric's ill befits a lord. He's tainted the very winds.
So, her name is Nefeli Lu. She's here on behalf of her father. And she's here to kick Godric's ass because she's like, dude, this is disgraceful.
If you intend to challenge Godric, I ask you call upon me. The winds run foul with his deeds. I'm certain father would permit me aid the fight. Apologies, but I've idled long enough. As fellow Tarnished, we must each follow our own guidance. Down whatever road takes us to the throne of Elden Lord.
I like how she implies that each Tarnished will have a different guidance. So our guidance points us straight to Stormveil Castle to beat Godric up, but her guidance might point her in a completely different direction.
Apologies. As fellow down whatever road.
That's kind of a neat little thing. Like, your destiny is different from my destiny. Not necessarily the exact same path needs to be taken. But what does need to happen is I need this troll warrior. Get his ass over here. Thank you, friend. Come on. Come on. Come on, buddy. I need you to break some rocks for me. Almost there. Come on, big guy. Ow. Thanks. 5 smithing stone 1s and a smithing stone 2. For free. Troll does not discriminate. If thing is in way, troll hit. By the way, I want to talk a little bit about the anatomy of the troll, specifically the inside of its hole in its chest. If you look closely, it looks like there's a bunch of roots inside, but more importantly... Oh, come here, friend. More importantly, if you look closely, there is a tablet in the very center of its abdomen that is being grabbed hold of by those roots. Look at that. A tablet where its innards would normally be. Seems like some Erd Tree magic that might be enslaving it in such a fashion. Sword! So yeah, how many of you guys have noticed that tablet inside of the chest of the trolls before? Okay, I think I've pretty much cleared grabbing everything. Never always busy looking at his sexy feet. I watched Zully videos. I think I missed something, but is it okay to spoil? If it's something I missed, sure. Like, the only thing I could have missed is near the early gate where the Lion Guardian is, and I don't really need to go over there at the moment. I want to save that for the future. I missed a secret passage where the birds with the barrels are at. Not sure that I did. Also, how far back were those birds with the barrels? Quite a ways, if I recall correctly. Thanks to the Grace with all the shortcuts. You mean the Rampart Tower Grace? You mean these ones right over here? Okay. I'll take a quick peek here, just in case. No harm, no foul. Well, actually, there will be a few fowls. Birds. Bird jokes. Did it blow itself up? Aw. It looked like it blew itself up. I was going to be really happy if it did. There we go. There we go. Jump down the balcony here. Oh, right, there was a thing I didn't grab over there. There's that as well. Okay, that's nothing. Just wanted to be double sure there. You are correct. I did not do this. And on top of that, it reminded me of one more thing for me to do. It's a minor thing, but it's something. The Marred Wooden Shield. Some say it is the curse of grafting, which causes such affliction, while others talk of its roots being something altogether more sinister hidden deep within the castle. Yes. Yes, it does. And that's because there is something sinister beneath the castle. Found it. It's dead demigod. One sec. Okay. Just making note of the stuff I've picked up. Ah! Hey, we're fine. How does that work? How are we fine? We got the Ash of Warstorm Assault. We turned fall damage off. Okay, Storm Assault. One of the skills that channels the tempests of Stormveil. Leap forward through the surrounding storm winds, and then you thrust your armament downwards. The attack will produce more storm winds at the point of impact. And there he is. Forgot about messing with this fella. This is our first taste of a Crucible Knight. Ooh, fast tail. Ow. As you can see, there's a big-ass horn. By the way, the Crucible Knights were the elite knights of Godfrey. And for those that know about Godfrey's attacks, That is why the Crucible Knights have that stomp attack. Aspects of the Crucible, horns. That is a new spell for us. One of the ancient Erd Tree incantations creates a mighty horn on the caster's shoulder to gore foes from a low stance. Charging allows the caster to barrel into foes before delivering the final attack. This is a manifestation of the Erd Tree's primal vital energies, an aspect of the primordial crucible where all life was once blended together. So Crucible Knights are specifically tapping into primordial power. The power of a crucible that is where all life seems to have sprung from, according to this, as long as it's not lying to us or anything. The anti-heal thrust, yep. We'll be seeing some more Crucible Knights. Like I said, they were the elite knights of Godfrey. The big boy knights, which means that they are more than one, and scattered about the lands. As for what he's doing here specifically, I honestly couldn't tell you. And hey, look. Remember that lift that wouldn't lift? This is that lift that wouldn't lift. Let me just double check the area real quick to make sure not another pickup. Oh, we got a Trina's Lily. Those are always nice to have more of. That way I can make some sleep items for certain boss fights. One in particular. You know the one. And there we go. That's the lift that wouldn't lift before, and it's right back here to this shortcut. Yay! Now there is one more thing for me to go grab, because there is a jump that I didn't make, and it is back here, and it's right over there, as you can see. An arteria leaf. And that's it. We're done. That is the end of Stormveil. With the exception, of course, of the boss. Nephililu offered us help. We would be remiss not to bring in Nephililu, Warrior, as our cooperator. Also, I can change this out to something else. Ball Chaliceman's not. I like jumping attack. Let us speak with the grafted god.
Mighty dragon, thou art a true-born heir. Lend me thy strength, O kindred. Deliver me unto greater heights.
He has 6 fingers on that hand.
Well. Lowly tarnished, playing as a lord. I command thee, kneel.
The sigil of the beast.
Lord of all that is golden.
If you say so. This is Godric the Grafted. the runt of the litter of the demigods. Damn, Nephili kicks his ass. I've never summoned her for this fight before. Look at her go. Sir, that's your own arm. Are you sure you want to do that? Yeah, that looks like it hurts.
Truest of dragons. Lend me thy strength. Forefathers, one and all! Bear witness!
So this is the art of grafting. Godric was too weak to actually fight against the other demigods, so he has taken it upon himself to grab the pieces of other creatures and use that to supplement his own weakness. And you can tell that he is a child of Godfrey because he has that ground slamming. Holy shit, Nephili is kicking the crap out of him. Go, 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 go! Kick his ass, kick his ass!
I am the Lord.
God damn.
Golden.
She's a beast!
One day, we'll return together.
She's a monster!
Bathed in rays of gold.
What a fucking warrior, hold on. Give her a bow, she basically soloed the boss. Well done, Nephili. We get Godric's Great Rune. Oh. And the Remembrance of the Grafted. Let's take a look at those. Remembrance of Godric the Grafted hewn into the Erd Tree. The power of its namesake can be unlocked by the Finger Reader. Alternatively, it can be used to gain a great bounty of runes. A feeble man sought power through the grotesque act of grafting. One day we'll return together to our home, bathed in rays of gold. So, again, let's go over the lore for Godric. Godric is the runt of the litter of the demigods, which means, I think that means he isn't a child of Marika, but only a child of Godfrey and someone else. It's clear he's a child of Godfrey, considering he looks like Godfrey, he has Godfrey's hair, he does Godfrey's ground slam attacks, all that stuff. And he has the God name in there and all that stuff. But clearly he was too weak to be a real contender. He's not a son of Marika? More than likely not. Because one, he's nowhere near as powerful as the other demigods. Two, he is not mentioned as one of the children of Marika. Every child of Marika actually gets a mention. He could also be a child of Godwyn, who is the unfortunate horror monster we found at the bottom of Stormveil Castle. And he might have had Godric as a child before being murdered and turned into that horror monster. Well, murdered. He's like half alive. But either way, he is clearly not a child of Marika, and clearly has diluted powers compared to the others. He's just weak compared to all the other demigods. But considering he is still a demigod, he still was able to get his hands on a great rune, or a great rune came to him instead, I guess I should say. Which means that he is technically strong enough to be considered for the position of Elden Lord or God of the Lands Between. But considering he would have to face all the other demigods that we're eventually going to see, Radon and Morgoth and Melania and Ronnie and Rykard and Mikola, all that stuff, right? And every single one of them is a monster in their own right. So Godric wanted nothing to do with Radon and did everything he could to run away with it. Godric challenged Melania to a fight, possibly because she was a woman, maybe. Or maybe he just didn't think Melania would be that strong because Melania is cursed by Scarlet Rot. And then got his ass absolutely destroyed. Like, completely annihilated to the point where he had to, like, grovel on the ground crying and begging for mercy. And then, as we were told by Hate, the man then used the Mimic's Veil, which is why it's here, in order to disguise himself and get himself out with the women and children who were running away from the war-torn areas around Leyndell and trying to get themselves to a more safe position. So Godric essentially ran away with his tail stuck between his legs, realized that he was absolutely, completely outmatched by every single one of his family members, and then went into the art of grafting, finding powerful beings like trolls, for example, and that dragon, and then attaching them to his own body and then using their power to supplement himself and try and make himself stronger. Try and make himself strong enough. Here's the secret. He ain't strong enough to fight any of them. Not even close. He would get his ass rocked by any of the names that I listed off. Even with that lovely dragon arm, and that dragon arm is so nice and adds a little bit of extra firepower, both figuratively and literally. Like, we'll see the other demigods, and you'll be able to tell for yourself. Did Godric even stand a chance? The answer's no, not even close. Thank you, Space Wuppy, for the follow. Oh, yeah, you didn't know that? Yeah, he tried to fight Melania, Blade of Mikola, and you can imagine how that went. For anyone that doesn't know, she's the hardest boss in the game. By a lot. And we also have to look at his Great Rune, which is in key items. Yeah, there it is. The Great Rune of the Shard-Bearer Godric, devoid of any benediction. Seek the Divine Tower of Limgrave, which stands beyond the Great Bridge from Stormveil Castle. We all know how that went. She is never known defeat. Yep. Look at that shiny sword. Why is this sword so much shinier than the others? Weird. Now then, if we take a sit down, that should... There he is.
What a pathetic excuse for a lord you were. Craven to the bone. Pushing me about like that. And after all that grafting, where did that get you? Look down on me, would ya? Godric, you filthy slug. Feel it. Feel it. Feel my bloody wrath.
You can tell that Godric was not very beloved by his people, now was he? Certainly not this guy, that's for sure.
Oh. Hello there. this weasel was... Godric was always looking down on me. He got what he bloody deserved thanks to you. I tell you though, what goes around comes around. He had an ugly heart, an uglier countenance, and met the ugliest of ends, eh?
I gotta say, he's given us a lot of credit when Nephili Lu was probably the one that dealt the most damage to him. She kicked his ass. I did not realize she was such a powerful summon for this fight. He's got nothing new. For now.
Now, I suppose I'm free. I can do whatever takes my fancy. Can I, mate?
Not really, Gustok, because the world is a little... I don't know if you want to go out there, bud.
Now, can I?
Bite. So my question is, where did Godric get this dragon glass? Did it just happen to fall out of the sky and impale itself onto this? And he just got lucky? Because as you can see, like this is a set fucking graveyard spire. He won it in the pity, gotcha. Yeah, my guess is that it died while in flight and just happened to fall here, and Godric was like, "Oh, the gods look upon me favorably." The dungeons and toiletry section. You can see some old, broken Erd trees on these doors, which means they were probably placed here after Stormveil was taken over. Then again, Stormveil might have had a thing for the Erd tree as well, just not the Golden Order. Look who it is. It's Godfrey. You can see the family resemblance in the hair and the face with Godric. Although Godric did wind up looking a little bit more ghoulish. Oh, man, I'm getting a little hot here. I'll let the arms breathe, right, guys? Let them nips breathe. Nothing? Just an empty-ass room? Do you think the California Redwood would be a good or bad Erd tree? A pretty darn good one, I'd think. They stand quite tall. They're extremely thick and hard. Seems like Erd tree material to me. Shabriri grape. Maiden, dear maiden, where are you? Please, take my grapes. Heyo. Horny ghost here. Horny on main. Let's take a look at that Shabriri grape. Looks a little suspect. A yellow oozing eyeball of the infirm. The surface is shriveled and the inside is squishy, not unlike a large, overly ripe grape. Give it to the blind maiden to guide her to the distant light. So, hey, why are you calling an eyeball a grape? Also, who is this Shabriri fellow who enjoys eyeballs as though they were grapes? And also, it is an oozing eyeball of the infirm, which means you have to be sick. You have to be afflicted with something. For said grapes to be harvested. And behold, we have made it to Liurnia of the Lakes. Called as such because, well, it's a little bit foggy, but there's a massive, sprawling lakes side down there. This is all water down there. It's not super deep. And out there you can see on the horizon the Academy of Raya Lucaria. Right there. Look at it. It's a pretty nice academy. Harry Potter is jealous. There's a lady to talk to here, but we'll talk to her later because we've got people to talk to back at Round Table Hold. Let's finish up what's left of what we started when it comes to the Stormveil stuff. Roger? Hey, bud, you look a little worse for wear.
Ah, we meet again after all. I apologize for any offense given by my bearing, but I'm quite unable to move, you see. So, what do you need?
I defeated Godric.
Ah, you defeated Godric and claimed yourself a great rune. Looks like we both got what we wanted out of Stormveil, didn't we? Well done, friend. Something to mark the occasion. Go on, take it.
Yay! Roger's Rapier +8. That's right, he just gives us a +8 weapon. Yay!
As you might have guessed, I still can't move. My fighting days are behind me. No need to be polite. I've no use for it anymore.
By the way, as you can see, there are some spiky, thorny roots poking out from under his cloth there. So yeah, he's been infected by the death blight to the point where his legs are. He's an invalid now. Hey, about that corpse under Stormveil.
The misshapen corpse under Stormveil. That is a sacred relic of the Black Knives plot, as that famed night of assassination is known. It happened during the golden age of the Erd Tree, long before the shattering of the Elden Ring. Someone stole a fragment of the Rune of Death from Malekith, the Black Blade, and on a bitter night, murdered Godwyn the Golden. That was the first recorded death of a demigod in all history, and it became the catalyst. Soon, the Elden Ring was smashed, and thus sprang forth the war known as the Shattering. I once wished to become a scholar, you see. I've spent many an hour scouring the archives for knowledge of that fateful plot. The world has grown crooked, and if you intend to put it to rights, you'd better understand what happened to make it this way. And that thing is to blame for the shape I'm in now. I urge the utmost caution. Don't disturb the corpse more than necessary.
So, that thing is to blame for the way he is right now. He's inflicted with death blight right now. That's slowly creeping through him and has ruined his legs. Basically, all Deathroot, all the undead, all that stuff stems from Godwyn's corpse being down there and the roots of the Erd Tree being infected while, basically feeding on the body a little bit, like as the Erd Tree does, being infected by the Rune of Death that has afflicted his body in the first place. So that Night of Black Knives, where he got assassinated, really helped make the world a bit of a more dangerous place in multiple different ways.
Ah, so you've met Dee. Dee is an old friend. We found ourselves journeying together for a time, bound by our exploration of death. But our paths have since diverged, never again to cross. Though that's hardly an uncommon fate for two friends. Dee was telling me that he discovered the mark of the centipede. The centipede is an ancient symbol of the curse mark. As long as whoever finds and uses it is not nefarious by nature, then we may be able to form an alliance. If only I could speak to them in person. And if they were like you, all the better.
If only.
Oh,
Alright, so Roger here has become an invalid. He is never going to walk again. Who's D? D's nuts. This guy right here.
Go to Garank only if you feel killing those who is a path.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to have to talk to Garank before he's going to talk to us in any other way, shape, or form.
Be sure to tell me if you meet she's a servant to my house.
Looking for Lanya for you. Hey, that door's open now, but more importantly, we've got some other people to talk to here at Round Table Hold. Hey, can I talk to Gideon? Are you in there, Gideon? I can see through the crack in the door. I guess he's not there, but hey, you know who is here?
You again. I thought you'd receive a summons to the round table. Nefeli Lu. We met at Stormveil. I'm glad to see you here. I have something for you. I found it in Godric's grafting grounds. You defeated him. You should have it.
Again, I feel like you did the lion's share of the work.
Corpses.
I'm pretty sure you're the one that beat his ass more than me. Credit where credit is due. She kicked his teeth in. Also, I didn't mention it before. She's got that massive heavy chain acting as a belt hanging around her waist. And she also has a normal, like, leather belt along with it. So why does she have the chain belt there? Is it because it looks cool? Yes, it's exactly because it looks cool. 100% because it looks cool. Anyway, she gave us the Arsenal Charm, an iron charm that resembles a mass of weaponry. Boosts your maximum equip load. Yay! This talisman was derived from an unusual greatsword once wielded by a hero hungry for vengeance. That's a Berserk reference.
Ah, yes. I wonder if you've met my foster father. He's in his study. The room Encher's guarding just over there. If you haven't already, I advise you introduce yourself. Father is leader of the Round Table. I'm sure talking to him will be worth your while. It's about I'll see you again, warrior, should the fates deign it. It's about time I headed off. I'll see you again, warrior.
Unfortunately, I cannot talk with her foster father right now. That would be obviously Sir Gideon Ofnir, the all-knowing. But hey, look, this door's open now. You know what's behind this door? When they were talking about the two fingers, they meant in the most literal sense, two fingers.
Are you that new tarnished? You've done well. I am Enya, the Finger Reader. I interpret the words of the fingers, envoys to the greater will. Look there. The fingers tremble to welcome you, Shardbearer. Let their wisdom wash over you.
Great Elden Ring, root of the Golden Order, anchor of all lands, giver of grace, wellspring of all joy. Until it was shattered, the tragic corruption of the Order has taken its toll. Across the realm, life lies in ruin, fallen to pieces. Foul curses and misery spread. unabating. But the greater will has not abandoned the realm, nor the life that inhabits it. So it is that the Tarnished are guided by grace, called to act. Brave Tarnished, your great rune is a handsome shard of the Elden ring. Seek another of its kind to become Elden Lord and restore the Golden Order.
Let the words of the fingers guide you.
Wow, she got a whole lot out of those fingers going from this to this. Touch. Rapture.
Well, I see. A remembrance of gold has found its way into your possession. Demigods and even the greater of the champions are hewn by the Earth Tree upon their end into remembrances. They are valuable indeed. These remembrances yet house the power of their former masters. And should you wish to wield that same power, well, I will lend you the strength of the fingers. Do not recoil from my offer. The fingers guide us all. And you, Tarnished, you are here to take, are you not?
So, that's kind of interesting. She basically says that because they were gifted power, when demigods or even great champions die in battle, or die in general, when they are felled, their power is given a physical form in the form of a memory, a remembrance of that power, which can then be molded by someone that has the power of the two fingers, the power of something that originally is part of the source of where their power came from, in order to fashion it to someone else. So if I were to receive power from a remembrance here, the Axe of Godric, we could pick, or we could either pick the Axe of Godric, a great axe wielded by Godric the Grafted. This golden battle axe is emblazoned with the figure of the beast, representing the strength of Godfrey, first Elden Lord and patriarch of the Golden Lineage. I command thee, kneel, or I am the Lord of all that is golden. Unique skill, I command thee, kneel. Repeatedly smash the Axe of Godric into the ground, unleashing 2 earth-shaking shockwaves. Follow up with an additional input for a third. Or you can get a grafted dragon, the embodiment of the power that still remains in the dragon's head that was grafted to Godric's left arm. The wielder's arm will take the form of a small dragon, sprouting sharp dragon fangs at the fist. This weapon cannot be two-handed. Unique skill, bear witness. Grant the small dragon a fleeting glimpse of life and thrust it up skyward, spewing flames over a wide frontward area. So here's the thing. The grafted dragon sucks, and the Axe of Godric is okay. Neither of these in particular.
Great runes are the stuff of demigods.
It
The
runes.
children of the goddess, Queen Marika. She who is vessel of the Elden Ring. Tainted by the strength of their runes, her children warred, but none could become Elden Lord. And so grace was extended to your kind, the Tarnished. Listen, the fingers speak.
The greater will has long renounced the demigods. Tarnished, show no mercy. Have their heads. Take all they have left.
Indeed. But remember one thing. The demigods are each and all the direct offspring of Queen Marika. Godric the Grafted was but a distant relation, the runt of the litter. His divine blood sorely diluted.
There you go. Anything else?
Ah, the children.
And the other thing I want to point out. So, like she said, Godric the Grafted, the runt of the litter, you know, like a distant relation, not a direct descendant of Marika. Pretty weak compared to the other demigods. Now, one other thing I want to point out, the two fingers look fucking awful. Look at these things. They look like they're rotting. Like they've been slashed even, like they've been burned, like they've just been weathered by time. Which wouldn't be too surprising because if you look, the finger maiden that has been attending these two fingers also looks pretty weathered by time. She don't even have eyeballs anymore. She just has sockets where her eyes are supposed to be. That's how old she is. So they've certainly seen better days. Certainly. Now then, is Gideon's door open? It sure is. Let's talk.
You've received the wisdom of the two fingers, have you not? Then, just as promised, I bid you welcome. As a true member of the Round Table.
Where's my welcome party?
I am known as Gideon Ofnir. As a Tarnished who wishes to stand before the Elden Ring and become Elden Lord, I am accumulating knowledge. To be all-knowing. You now belong to a select group of fellows. As such, I ask that you remain constant.
I will remain constant. I'll make sure I eat my fiber.
You'll be after more great runes now, eh? Then as your fellow, allow me to divulge a little knowledge. The inheritors of the great runes, the Shard Bearers. We of the Round Table know the location of 5 of them, including the one you defeated. Godric the Grafted, Lord of Stormveil. General Radahn, who fought Melania and her rot to a standstill in the Caelid Wilds. Praetor Rykard, Lord of the Volcano Manor of Mount Gelmir. Morgoth, the Grace-Given, Veiled Monarch and Lord of Leyndell. And Renala, Queen of the Full Moon, ruler of Rhea Lucaria's Academy. You'll still be after more great runes, won't you?
So, Sir Gideon Ofnir, the all-knowing, does make good on his name, and he has some information about each of our possible targets. That being said, he doesn't have information on the location of a couple of the other targets, other demigods, like Rani, the Princess of the Moon, or Melania, Blade of Mikola, or Mikola the Kind, or Moog. So, you know, he has info on about half of the possible targets.
So, Godric the Grafted, Lord of Stormveil. Despite being the blood of Godfrey, first Elden Lord, he's a grotesque old fool grasping for power. His castle lies upon the cliff to Limgrave's northwest, but I suspect you know that well enough already.
So notice that he says the blood of Godfrey, but not the blood of Marika. So, at least my assumption is...
So, despite being his castle,
that
I suspect...
he's possibly not Marika's child.
General Radahn, the famed Red Lion and Scourge of the Stars, is a ferocious warrior. He fought Melania and her rot to a standstill in the Caelid Wilds to Limgrave's east. And now Caelid has been engulfed by the Scarlet Rot. Even approaching the region is no mean feat. I've heard survivors of Radahn's army are still in the wilds, staving off the rot with fire. And if it's true, I suspect Radahn is still there as well, in Caelid. Though, I doubt he much resembles his former self anymore.
How do you not know about the Radon Festival, sir? Come on.
Praetor Rykard is the lord of the Volcano Manor on Mount Gelmir. He is a ruthless justiciar who commands a company of inquisitors, reviled for his serpentine demeanor. The volcano, Mount Gelmir, lies in the west of the Altus Plateau, the realm of the Erd Tree. It was the stage of the most appalling battle in the entirety of the Shattering. Rykard has committed the grave sin of blasphemy, marking himself as an enemy never to be forgiven.
Oh, come on. What could he have done that's so bad? Everything we've seen so far has been bad. How could he have done something worse?
Morgoth the Grace-Given is Lord of Leyndell, the capital city. It lies at the foot of the Erd Tree, in the east of the Altus Plateau. But the Two Fingers forbid us from venturing there, until we've acquired enough great runes to repair the Elden Ring. Set your sights elsewhere for the time being. The Veiled Monarch can wait. The Academy of Rhea Lucaria lies to Limgrave's north, towering over the mist-laden lands of Liurnia. Renala is queen of the Carian royals, who govern the Academy, but Renala herself is no demigod. Her beloved Radagon left her to become Queen Marika's second husband, taking the title of King Consort. The Great Rune dwells within the amber egg that was Radagon's gift to her.
Interesting. How'd Radagon get that Great Rune in the first place?
I understand you've been speaking to Nepheli. She's my daughter. I took her in when she lost the guidance of grace. Though a mere axe-wielding barbarian, her youthful credulity suited my purposes. So I put her to work. Do not hesitate to employ her. Should her services benefit you, despite her looks, she is more than capable in the press of battle.
So yes, old man Gideon here is feeling the ravages of age. Basically, he feels like he's not youthful enough for battle. So he employed a young woman that he found down on her luck and took advantage of her. What a great guy. Kind of a bit of an asshole, eh? Speaking of assholes, let's go speak with another asshole. Outsourcing. He's not here. Find yourself, maidens. Off to Liurnia with you, then. Seek the Rose Church west of the Gate Town. Bravo. Well, he ain't there. He's in Liurnia. We'll have to go to Liurnia to find him.
I am pleased to see you again. Would you like me to hold you once more?
Yes, please.
Now,
Give hug.
come closer. You are so very warm.
Happy. Do you know?
My dear, have you ever heard of Black Knife Prince? Dear Roger likes to talk of them when abed, and the ancient plot in which the first of the demigods was slain. The black knives wielded by the assassins who committed the act, along with the impressions they made, somehow hide the truth of the conspiracy. These grand affairs are hardly my forte, but dear Roger began to weep as he spoke.
Interesting. Tell me more.
In truth, I've heard tell from someone else about the Black Knife Prince that fascinate dear Roger so.
A knife print clue.
But it wouldn't be right to give this to him, stuck as he is in the Round Table hold. Perhaps you could make use of it?
You have found a simple map. Well, more, we've been given a simple map. Fia, in her work as a bed companion, certainly gets a lot of info during pillow talk time. Let's take a look at that map, shall we? A clue to the whereabouts of a black knife fingerprint. As you can see, the hint is that it's to the northeast of a big tree and to the northwest of some sort of spired building.
Would you like me to blessing is would you like to be now?
Hugs anyway. Give hugs.
You are so dear Roger, the ancient, the Black Knight, along with the then good day to you.
And she even said that Roger sometimes weeps when talking about such things. That might be A, because he can no longer go out and about to search for this info, what with his legs being what they are now.
Always good to see you so.
How you doing?
Greetings. Are you here for spirit?
How you doing?
Now, those eyes tell a story of a challenger who's felled his mark. Fine and well. Now lay out your arms.
Okay. Man, he tricks me every time. One of these days, we'll get that hug. Think when you met Roger, his legs were already messed up? Yes. So this is one of the things that I say about automatic quest progression where you can miss early parts of the quest. If you defeat Godric before meeting Roger in the Stormveil castle area, or if you find the giant face at the bottom of the thing, you don't get to meet Roger initially in the first place. He'll just... The first time you find him will be Round Table hold like that. That is an example of that happening. Right, Reduvia's Sombersmithing. Means we could get Reduvia very strong right now. Or the Grafted Blade Greatsword. Or the Bloodhound Fang. Etc. That's another reason why the Bloodhound Fang is so good, because it uses Sombersmithing stones. And Sombersmithing, every level up, every plus is worth a lot more than the pluses on the regular smithing stones. All right, give me one moment, chat. You can look at our chest while I refill my water. A little thirsty. BRB. I return. Hydrated. Good. Good. Wonderful. Now then, let me just check my notes that I have real quick to, see where I need to go for each of the next for each of these people, you know what I mean? Because I've noted all the stuff I gotta do for the side quests, where I gotta go, and whatnot, because otherwise it would be very easy to, miss some stuff. And I prefer we didn't miss anything, you know what I mean? That. Okay, yeah, so I should definitely do the next thing for D's quest. Gotta go visit Garank. Luckily, this third Church of America is pretty close. Missed just about everything on your first run? I got a lot of stuff on my first run, but I certainly didn't get everything. There it is. The Sending Gate. And if we use this, it'll take us right to Garank. And Garank is located in a nice, cozy little area in Caelid. In the most northern part of Caelid. We are as Caelid as we can get. Gross. Welcome to the Bestial Sanctum. You can tell it's a Bestial Sanctum because you have depictions of wolves howling. They're also skeletal for some reason. They have, chains around their arms. Bound by chains in their neck and their wrists. Now this is just lazy. Look, the leg just goes right into the pillar. It disappears into it. You also have beasts on these fire braziers being shown to us. Those just look like little feet, I would say, stabilizer feet. And then, of course, we have him, Garank. Let's take a good look at him. Wearing some very tattered rags. He's a massive beast creature. Oh, look at that. That's a nice little decoration. What do you got there, buddy? What is that? Come on, show it off. Let me see. I wonder what that could be for. Okay, stop that. Okay. Here, have a death root.
I smell it. Death. Feed it me. Tarnished. Bring more deaths. I shall grant thee eye and claw. Feed me more.
Claw Mark Seal. Beast Eye. The Claw Mark Seal? Sacred seal granted by Garank, the Beast Clergyman. A rare trinket which allows incantations to be scaled with strength. The Claw Mark represents Garank's wrath and enhances bestial incantations learned from Garank. So rather than being a strong faith scaling seal, there's a strong strength scaling catalyst. And he also gave us the Beast Eye, said to tremble when close to Deathroot. Claw-marked stone eye received from Garank. The murky violet iris writhes as if alive.
I shall grant thee, feed me.
Here, have another. One more. Yummy.
More. I am not sated. Feed me more. Death.
Boy, he hungry. He has given us Bestial Sling. Incantation taught by Garank. Swiftly flings a number of sharp rock shards. This incantation can be cast without delay. It is said that in the time before the Erd Tree, stones were the first weapons of the beasts who had gained intelligence. Literally, you just throw rocks at the enemy.
I shall grant feed.
Yeah, not a whole lot going on with you in terms of talking, eh? Well, it is what it is. Alright, we'll come back to Caelid at some other time. For the time being, let's go talk with Dee. Hey there. I spoke with Garank.
You've met Garank, I take it. Then, owing to our duties shared, we are now comrades in arms. I think you've earned this. The power of the Golden Order to aid the hunt of those who live in death.
So he will now teach us a couple incantations. Litany of Proper Death. One of the incantations of the Golden Order fundamentalists, used by hunters of those who live in death. Creates an image of order, dealing holy damage to nearby foes. This incantation is especially damaging to those who live in death. Any felled by this incantation cannot be revived. The role of the hunters is to stamp out defiled reason, all for the perfection of the Golden Order. So, apparently an image of order is T-posing. I don't know how that's an image of order, but go for it. Because Dee is a member of the Golden Order hunters, the Golden Order hunters, he has these special incantations that are designed specifically to put down any undead and make sure they don't get back up, so you don't have to give them that extra tap, that double tap when they're on the ground, which is kind of helpful. But more importantly, these do incredibly high damage to them. Like massive, massive, massive damage to those who live in death. And I want to point out something else that's very interesting about these. The Golden Order Fundamentalist spells that we've got here require both faith and intelligence. So they're not just faith. So notice that all of the spells that or incantations, I should say, that we could get that were of the two fingers were purely faith scaling. Meanwhile, the Golden Order Fundamentalist ones are also int scaling. They're 50-50 split. One of the incantations of the Golden Order Fundamentalists enchants your armament held in the right hand with holy affinity attacks. This incantation is especially damaging to those who live in death. The role of the hunters is to stamp out defiled reason. So, I want to point out that this indicates there is a difference between the Golden Order and the Two Fingers. Despite the Two Fingers being heralds of the Erd Tree, the Greater Will, yada yada, according to the Finger Maidens that we've talked with, they seem to not be exactly the same as the Golden Order. Otherwise, it would be just faith scaling across the board. Very interesting.
Are you acquainted with a man named Roger?
Yeah.
The piteous fellow hiding away on the balcony. He was a formidable spellblade in times past. Don't let his easy air deceive you. He was wise beyond his years, stout of heart and clear of mind. No more, though. You see him now, ravaged by thorns, muttering and rambling, like he's half dead already. I can't stomach to watch. Take well the lesson, friend. That's how you end up when seduced by those who live in death. When grace is sullied, it rots people from the inside. Breaks them.
So he's not 100% wrong there. Roger's affliction is specifically from death.
I serve the Golden Order, that I might put this crooked land to rights, following only the guidance of the Great Elden Ring. Those who live in death fall outside the principles of the Golden Order. Their mere existence sullies the guidance of gold, tainting its truth. And so it is the vermin must be exterminated, down to the very last.
But what if there's a really hot skeleton? Then what? Exceptions can be made, D. By the way, the reason is he's called D, Hunter of the Dead, is because his name is Darian. I'm not even kidding. His name is Darian.
Always good to see you, son.
But I guess he didn't think that Darian was a very cool name, so he wanted to just be called D. Good night, Artisarin.
Ah, you appear to be doing well. Very good. Well then, would you like to learn an incantation?
I would like to learn some blasphemy.
That is a work of heresy. Its incantations bear no lineage from the Erd Tree. Very well. I'll take it off your hands.
So, Brother Corin here. You can see a couple things about him. We haven't really talked about him, but he's got the... he's got slave written all over him. Prisoner/slave written all over him. Not only does he have an ankle shackle, he also has the wheel around his neck. He also has... Actually, I'm not sure if that would be a thing. He's blindfolded. So, dude probably was either enslaved at one point, or he was going to be punished because he's willing to peer into and glimpse the knowledge of incantations that aren't straight up the Golden Wheel, or the Golden Order.
And applaud your enthusiasm.
And now, in addition to these Catch Flame and Flame Sling, which were seen as bases for banishment, he now can teach Black Flame and Black Flame Blade. A Black Flame incantation of the Godskin Apostles throws a ball of raging black fire, or charging enhances potency and causes the fireball to explode. Black Flame is weighty. After dealing damage, it continues to sap foes' HP for a short time. And Black Flame Blade is that, but you buff your weapon with it. So, Black Flame, you say? From the Godskins, you say?
May the Golden Order...
Godskins being hunters of the gods, according to the book that we read. Does that mean the Black Flame has the power to kill gods? It could be. Maybe. Tee-hee-hee. We spin. So yeah, we're gonna corrupt the shit out of you, Corwin.
I can happily...
Oh boy, you're gonna be so corrupted by us. It's gonna be so good.
May the Golden Order... furthest. I can happily spare the time.
Shackled to the ground? No, he's not shackled to the ground. Look, see? They're just chains hanging off the side of the shackle. They're not attached to anything. Selin won't have anything to talk about, I would say. I don't believe she will, at least. Let's talk to her anyway, just to find out. Just to double check.
There you are. Shall we commence the...
Nope. Nothing new to say. Alright, off to Liurnia we go, guys! We did it! We have now done everything that we can possibly do before moving into the next area. To Liurnia we go.